If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 6th of June 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Randwick. Now Randwick is in New South Wales and this is by far the best track in New South Wales and it is one of the top tracks in Australia. We've got 10 races today here and the ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile is about 410 meters from the last bend to the finishing post. It's about 410. And the ground reading is soft, as I mentioned. About the races today, we had an option of going to Flemington or sticking to Randwick. I chose Randwick today. Because we've been doing Flemington for a while and today I just thought that Randwick might be a better place. Now Randwick offers approximately about 40% of the odds. So that means if there are 10 races, 4 of the favorites should be home. That's what Randwick offers and the rest we have to navigate through. We'll see how things work here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight those things. So the first one is a 2-year-old open race, 1100 meter. We'll take the market snapshot and see what's going on. Three and 4 has been scratched. Two, 1, 7, and 13. Yeah, the 2 is the favorite, but here is how it looks like. So there are a couple of things about 2. So the two is at 139, but the jockey is one of the green guys who's here. So that's where the 2 stands with this guy. He actually won with this horse. So that's one of the factors which are there, but he's looking like that today here at Randwick. I don't know at Warwick Farm when they raced whether he looked like that. So the last race that the 2 had was at Warwick Farm, so that's what the thing is. But today here it is showing a green, and it is a high pressure horse. So that's that part of the story. 7 is way too far. These are all negative leverage. 12 is 1 step down, 2 step down. Then these are also very wide. Then it is 2 with 0.5 up in the class, but it is going negative. Then this is 3. Now about the 1, which probably is the top through the DICR, is carrying the highest weight. Ideally, if we look through the fix, so the smallest is this, so ideally that's the right odd. Okay, ideally that's the right odd, and but that is looking like that. It doesn't have a form line to actually build things up, and the rest is very dicey to figure out. Now the thing is, if let's understand how things are. Okay, so how things can play. So there are a couple of things about this race. First thing is, it's an 1100 meter. So if it is an 1100 meter, then 2 and 7, they are the right odds, okay? They are the right odds because they will be carrying the highest weight. That's the right odd if it is an 1100 meter. Now, along with the fact that it is an 1100 meter, it is also a 2-year-old. So if that's a 2-year-old, in that case, the lower weight will get impact. So what is the lower weight? Lower weight is going to be a relaxation, and if they're all 2-year-old, a lower weight for the same distance is going to act as an advantage. But along with the lower weight comes the fact that they are also drop, and it is not a set weight. So this drop's a genuine drop. The 13 is a negative leverage with the highest drop. 1, which is the favorite, is the lowest drop, but it doesn't have a form line. And if it is 2-year-old and the lower weight kicks in, because the higher weight, which is here, is like that, and then this is way too far, then it comes to this 9, which is a negative leverage. Then it is here, which doesn't have a form line. Then it is on 8, which is somewhere like that. So the thing is this, that either this is right, the 2 will win, but it looks like that, or because it is a 2-year-old, then the lower weight will kick in. Why? Because the lower weights will give an advantage to the 2-year-olds. So this is a trick race. This one is a tricky race. If the 2, ideally what exactly are we looking at? We are looking at a very performing horse. It has got 1 race, it won that. It's now at 56. This one is 56.5. They are both the same, okay? Coming from 56 with 0.5 increment. This is 56.5, this is 56.5. Here the jockey drops half a kilo, so that becomes 56, and here the jockey gets 1 kilo, so that's 57.5. But apparently in that case the 2 is stronger because of the jockey, okay? But the jockey looks like that. Now that's one way of looking at it. The other way is they are all 2-year-old, and if they are all 2-year-olds, then that is one side of the story. The other side of the story is this. So in that case, the 58 is a negative leverage. This probably is not in a position to win. The other one is the 11, which is still a low drop, but a 52.5. So it can go both ways. Okay, it's a tricky one. On the 2, we have negative. On the 1, we do not have a form line. That's ideally, out of all this, that 1 is basically the one that should win, because that's the lowest drop. But lowest drop also comes with the fact that it doesn't have a form line. Now, if we want to believe that, then it's going to be very difficult to stop 1. Okay. Out here, if we look at all the drops, then that is the lowest drop. So if that comes in, then that comes in, but it doesn't have a form line to believe that it'll actually go through. But is it possible? Of course it is possible, because A, they are in a very good hand. B, we are looking at a form line. That's one side of the story. But the handicapping is suggesting this, which means it is higher than all that. This is getting into negative. This is like that. So bottom line is this can go wrong, and this can go wrong in a very strange way. If it's a 2-year-old and the low pressure turns to be an advantage, then they win. But it is also an 1100 meter where you need a little weight advantage. So in that case, 2 is the right odd, but 2 is looking like that. So we'll see how that works. I'll probably 11. Maybe we'll see how that works. I'm going to be out of this. I'm not going to get into this. This doesn't. There are too many negative 1, 2, 3 negative leverage horses. 7 is from gate number 13. 1100 gate number 13 may not be a problem, but the problem remains that it is like that. This one is definitely a problem. 12, which is coming from gate number 1, is a 55 with a drop. Probably not happening. That's the lowest weight and with a drop. So that's probably not happening. Here, this is like that. So it can go all different ways, So ideally, out here, if things has to happen within the drops, then 1 is the right one. That's the lowest drop. But it doesn't have that. It's 22. We'll see how things work. I don't like this, the first one. I'll step out. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. Dows. Big day at Eagle Farm. I think we don't have the feed for the first one. We'll just have to wait.
You all on the Tab app. What are you really gambling with?
Lighting well for the first in Sydney today. Race 1 of 10 at Randwick now with Darren Flindell.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. So a pretty open market to kick off the first here today at Randwick. And should have known is moving into the barriers. A newcomer to horse ownership aboard here with Lincoln Pasterfield in the ownership. Wonder if he's an Eels fan because Mitch Moses is also a part owner here of Should Have Known. He ran respectably on debut. Now, Christina on the quick backup from Warwick Farm on Wednesday where she ran well. And Christina goes forward, and Why So Hard from the outside draw, who's certainly impressed in a recent trial at Rose Hill. So the 2-year-olds are ready. First of the day, every 1,100 metres. Stand by for a break. CIA, a marginal favourite here, winner of the Max Lees last year at Newcastle. Racing now, and jumping sharply was Rebel Royal. And Sweet Leaf is there, and Lord Horatio pushing forward, looking for the lead. Wooten Way just behind with Seductora. Why So Hard is coming across from the wide gate, looking for a position in front of Christina, Like an Eagle, then Rundabar. Should Have Known, and CIA back last and pulling. As Sweet Leaf went up on the inside and holds a narrow lead from Lord Horatio, and Rebel Royal in a 3-wide path. Followed by Seductor on the inside of Wooten You Know. Now, Should Have Known back in the fields, firing up. Christina improves on the rails, followed then by Why So Hard between them. Further back to Rumba Bar. CIA's got it all to do, Like an Eagle. Ditto into the straight. Sweet Leaf just in front of Lord Horatio. They're followed then by Rebel Royal, is stoked up to give chase. Right behind them, Christina looking for room as Seductor comes off heels 3 wide. Christina's all bottled up. So Seductor moves up to Lord Horatio. Fighting on her Sweet Leaf, and Why So Hard? It's not over yet. Why So Hard is swooping. Got there. Right on the line, beats Seductra and Christina. She may have been something licked. She had to come right off the inside, down the outside, and ran third, I'd say, in front of Sweet Leaf, and close up Lord Horatio. Then CIA closing off at the end. Wouldn't you know, Should Have Known, Rebel Royal, Like an Eagle, and Rumdabar. All right, let's have a look at the replay here.
Thank you, Darren. Yes, it'll get there. Why So Hard, number 7, $5.20 and $2.20 New South Wales to 7. Tyler Schiller for Team Hawks, beating 11 Seductra, $5.60. And third, it's going to be tight. Darren's right about Christina. It was stiff. It's in a photo there for third with Lord Horatio, and down on the inside, the 11 Seductra. We'll get those numbers confirmed shortly. It's time now, though, for the Debordley competition. Paul Ambrosoli, good morning.
Really good morning, Gil. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, been a good show this morning. What are you doing?
Brilliant, Jimmy. 7-11. The 7 from gate number 13 did well. So the odds were right on this one, and this one was from gate number 13, did not have any form line. So they were right. And the 11 came in with the advantage on the filly. They were right on these two. This was getting into issues. This one was not. So that's that part of the story. The 11 got there. And then I think 2 came in. And then who? 13, maybe. 7, 11, 13, and 12. 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 12 was here. 7, 11, 13, and 12 here on a 53. So the 1 was bad, 2 was a bad idea. Anyway, we'll move on to the next. I'm sorry I did not get the feed for the first one. Let's see if we get the feed for the second one. Number 2. 2, 3, 4, 8, and 17 all scratched. Two, 3, 4, 8, and 17 all scratched. That's that. Nine, 6, 14, and 11. Okay, so nine is the favorite. The 9 is chasing, okay, which is good. But now, if the 9 is chasing, it's a 1500 meter. It is coming from gate number 11. So that's that part of the story. The 9 is good. It is chasing 2. The highest chasing is this 1, which is 9 steps up from gate number 2. I don't know what it'll do, but that's that. It is through the DICR, it is the highest. So that 6-year-old gelding is coming from 54. It is going 9 steps up, which usually means that it is a good horse. And but that is also very unbelievable kind of a thing which is happening on a 6-year-old gelding. So that's that part of the story. Now it's a 1500 meter. Now if we look at what is going on, so 9, which is a 54, is chasing 2 steps up. Now there are plenty of other horses which are lower than that, especially if we think how things might work. So this is basically a race where there are only 2 pressure horses, the first linear and the second linear. Okay. Now the second linear is the first linear is getting like that. It is 3 steps down, going to 54, which is like that. It is one of the best horses, but it is 3 steps down, and that's where it stands. On a 54, we have this one, which is only 0.5 step down, which is 12. Okay. So 12 is 0.5. This is chasing. This, I am not sure how this will work. But that usually means that this is chasing sky high. But if we look at the advantage, then here we have 1. This one is also about the same, but they are like 67% bleeding, so I'm kind of not getting into that. So it's here. Then on this one, so it's between this and this. Then anything can happen. So the 9 is the favorite. Now, what is 9? 9 is good. If we look at the numbers, they are pretty much neat on 9. But still, a 54 with 2 step up is one way of looking at it. I don't know how things are with this horse. Okay, I don't know how things are with this horse. But that's that part of the story. Challenge is definitely 12, which is here. Uh, uh, 57, it is 0. 58, it is chasing like that. So that is anyway the EW. 12, 24, 24.5, 2, 7. This is very wide. Six. The 9 will be there. I think it is going to be, the 9 is a good horse. It is going to be there. But we'll see how that happens. 12 is a check, 9. And then if it drops here. Then if it doesn't go there, then it is on 10, because this one on a 57 is no drop, nothing. Okay. So there is a chance. Why? Because the 12 is with a dedicated jock. Okay. So they know the horse very well. It's coming from gate number 12. There's no drop on this horse on a 57, or it is not chasing. This one is from 56, chasing 1, becoming 57. This one is a 57, staying on 57. This 57 is drop 3 kilos, and then 11 is 1. So the 12 probably is an EW. The 12 probably is an EW. Can it beat the 9? Well, that's a 54. It's a 54 and a half. So obviously this one has advantage from the gate. 9 is chasing, so maybe in between. This one is outrageous, so this is okay. But to talk to that, the 7 is also there. It is on a 56, is just one step up. So all those things can happen. And we'll see how that works. 12 is a check. 9 probably is the next. $58. So this one is gate number 14. That is not happening. 11 is 6. So it's not happening. 12 is on 54. So 56 to 9. We'll see how that works. But 12 is a check. The first one was a tricky one. The second one is equally tricky. The second one is equally tricky. I do like the 9, apart from the fact that on a 1500 meter it is a little wide. But is it possible? Possible. Possible. Let's not out. $54. This one is from gate number 14, which makes it a very difficult position. And this one is in a right position from gate number 1, 11. That's a 56. This is a 54.5. If the 15 knocks it out, then there is nothing like it. Kind of gone upside down. 9 and 12. Yeah, possibilities are there that this will be a queen. There's a possibility. There is a possibility it will be that. Then we're on 5. The 9 is a good horse. That's that. Okay. 9 is a good horse. So is 1. Otherwise, that will not happen. Why that happened is something that I don't know, but it is losing weight. It is not in a great shape. But if that happens, that will be very bad. That's like 9 step up from gate number 2. I mean, it is 9 step up. At the same time, it is producing a low pressure, which is lethal. 54. Very difficult to believe those numbers. That was 12. Yeah, 12 has 12 has a very strong thing going on. Let's see how that works. But the problem is the feed. I still haven't got the feed. I hope I get the feed for this one. And the 15. Yeah. That's the other one. 15. It's the same.
back. Isn't Spectacular moves in here. One of the better back runners, number 6, the Sindilmi's runner. The grey forecaster has blinkers on for the first time, and Tom Cruising now is the last to go forward. From Nitto is the weight carrier of the field, 63.5 on his back. Aaron Bullock in town for the day. We're all set. Ready now? This is the midway and the gates are back and they're racing. Horizons jump well together with forecaster. Is it Spectacular send forward and Promido parking fourth? Well, nearly moves forward on the outside of Callistamon. Further back to the Mona Lisa out wide from Highborn Harry Sun Source, and the favourite Perfect Justice, who wasn't great out, is improving along the rails and restricted room. 2 off the Captain Finkel and Tom Cruising's last of all. It's an easy lead for forecaster going into the bend, and Is It Spectacular strides up on the outside to second. Horizons 3/4 away third, 2 off 2 Promido. Lumping the big weight, getting a soft run, followed by Callistamon, the Mona Lisa. Low Nelly is next deeper out. Further back to Highborn Harry, Perfect Justice, Sun Source, Tom Cruising, and Captain Finkel sees them all. Forecaster at the 600. A length on Is It Spectacular, followed by Horizons. Then Promido, 1 out, 1 back. The Mona Lisa next, followed by Callistamon, Low Nelly, Highborn Harry being revved up. Perfect Justice, 4th last on the fence, will ride for luck. Into the straight, forecaster swings by a length and a half to Is It Spectacular. They're being revved up now to go and challenge the leader. And quickly Is It Spectacular draws level with forecaster. 3 off 2 Horizons. Perfect Justice are taking a rails run and really starting to pick up the bridle. Is It Spectacular, 150 out, draws 2 in front. Perfect Justice, the Mona Lisa running on. Is It Spectacular, length
6.
win. Is It Spectacular?
6-9.
Perfect Justice. Third, maybe forecaster from Horizons and the Mona Lisa. A gap to O'Nelly, then Callistamon, Captain Finkel. Promido couldn't carry the weight. Then Sun Source, Highborn Harry, and Tom Cruising was always at the rear of the field. And in nice bets there, Is It Spectacular? Karen McAvoy in the saddle for the Simdilmi. And Is It Spectacular? Picking up another one this preparation. Perfect Justice getting away a big start. Whittled that margin down to about a length on the wire. And a third, a 3-way go. Forecaster will get it the grey. Number 7. Is It Spectacular? Third success now by Done Deal is What It Is.
6-9.
On the Class 1 at Newcastle this journey, end of March. This is the first time Kerry McAvoy's partnered the Done Deal gelding.
Six, 9, 7, something on those lines. I can't figure out, but here is what happened. The 6 actually won. Then 9. So the 12 was a drop on a 54. This one was the right. 6. Then 9. Then 7 got through, I think. Then 10. 6, 9. We'll go to the next. Six, 7, 9, 11. 1920. Four eight 17.5. So we are back to 1100. Now here was an 1100. What happened is the higher weight actually, the higher true weight actually won, and then came the advantage. So here, The odds are right. The odds are right. 4 should win. So, ideally, technically, from the point of view, is like this that those are the two top weights. This one is from gate number 15, very difficult. This one is very strong, but doesn't have a form line. But the challenge is much lower than this, okay? For 5. 1. Challenge is lower. It is from 58, 1.5, becoming a 60, plus the load on jock. The jockey has a good strike rate, that's okay. But 1 still has the advantage. So that's that part of the story. So what happens is definitely a lower weight will get the advantage, which brings in the 15, which is here, okay? The 15, which is here. So probably it's gate number 6. This is gate number 3, 1.5. This is drop 53 to 60. I'm hoping that the 1 doesn't get into the thing, but technically it can actually. Technically it can. It is a 61 with a low pressure. This is a dangerous horse. This 1. If that happens, then that's upside down. But through the form line, that's increase. That's the challenge. This usually means like this, okay? Here the 9 was also the same, okay? You see? So this is a challenging horse. This basically means that it is a challenging horse. It is not a stable horse, which is not there. So this is challenging. So it'll get there, but will it win is a very strong question. So where things can go wrong? Things can go wrong here on a larger weight. It can go wrong on a larger weight. It can go wrong on a lower weight where the 5 is there, okay? Because both of them has advantage over this. This is challenging 1.5 from 58. This is a 60, this is a 61. So that's that part of the story, okay? And if that wins, then a low pressure will definitely get in. So here is the same equation. This one is also 0.5 down. This one is also 0.5 down. And that's a low, lower weight with a higher pressure. So what are we looking? We're looking at a higher pressure or a lower pressure. So this one is a high pressure, which probably is in a better position. 0.5, this is doesn't have the form line, so this is 59.5, this is 1.5 on a challenging, so probably it'll get there as a low. So 5, 4, as a low, because that will be challenging. The 1 is not there within the odds, but it's a very dangerous horse. It can do the thing and topple everything upside down. So 5 and 8. Then probably 6 and 7. Five and 8. I mean 5 and 4. This one. And then this one, which is a lower pressure, this is higher. This one will get there in some form, it will get there. So this is 60.5 and then low. So 15 is probably a check, and 15 probably is there. I mean, here what is happening is this area is a little confusing. Confusing as in, this is all about taking chances. So the 4 is the right odd, okay? Because the 1 doesn't have a form line. But technically, the 1, if it gets into it, it'll beat 4. That's the upside. Then this is the filly, which is up here with the low, okay? I mean, lower drop. This is chasing. This is chasing. This is probably there in the second position, but second to who? A low pressure, then going high, or a high pressure, then going low? Both are possible. We've just seen it here, right? The 6 was a low pressure, it won, and then came the 9. So the low and the high. This was a low. Why? Because they were 58 and chasing lower from a 57.5. This was chasing, but there was no form line on it. It went through. I thought the 12 will get there, but the 12 did not get there because it was a 54. It was a 57, and that's where the difference is. It's still producing a lower pressure. But that's how things are. And here, that's the thing. And here, it's confusing. Confusing as in, like, it is about taking chances. You want to take a chance on 4. The 4 will get there, but will it win is kind of questionable because it is still chasing. It is not a stable horse. It's still chasing. What can happen is if any of those things, like this one is a 61, it became a 61.5. So the handicapping is right on this. Though it has a form line, it doesn't have a form line, it doesn't matter. But the horse is capable. That's why that's the weight. Okay. This one is 7.5 step up. So that's not in a shape. But this is like 0.5 and this is 1. So if that happens, then this is also about taking chances. The 15 is also about taking chances. 4 is probably there, but winning could be a little dicey because 1.5 will be chased by a lot of 1.5s. This one is a 1.5 as well. Doesn't have a form line. It's a low pressure. 50. That's a 56. May not be. So that's 56. It's a 58. 58. Then it's here. But that's how things are. We'll see how that works. But 15 is a check and a low. So what we have seen here is that this one went through. Then definitely with a form line. 55. This 52 was then next. Okay, with a low pressure. and then something else happened. So on a 1100, that was a help. This is again 1100 class 3. So that's where it comes. 53. That's the lowest weight it is carrying as a filly. And it is not bad. So that's where it is. And out of these two, this one is 7.5. This is 0.5. Technically, the one can beat the 4. Even the 5 can beat the 4. Both ways are possible. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. That's brilliant. Data will low pressure with channel 60. Low. Yes, those are very tricky things. The straight. I just thought today we'll get on with the Randwick because we need a clarity on how Randwick is doing this. We've got a clarity on Flemington, how Flemington is doing this. We've been following Flemington for a while, but we just need a clarity on how Randwick is doing this. So if that matches with Flemington and Randwick, we are in the right direction. We'll see how that works. And what happens if the one topples it off? That will be very weird. That can happen as well. But the good thing is on 5 we at least have a jock. This one is going to run neutral, which is God knows how that works. Let's say 59 on a high, this will go. This will be the low. Then it will go high. This is like that. Possible. But that 15 is also possible with a lower weight. We'll see. I think 5 will win. Taking a shot on 10 for coffee. 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hmm. Ten is gate number 12. That doesn't matter, but so this is happening because of this jock, okay? This thing is happening because of this jock. He must have done something good. The weight on that jock is about a kilo.
Out to 10, back into $9.50, gets a buys first time, struck traffic, then a bit one pace last time out at 1,600 metres, comes right back in trip today.
Yeah, strange setup, isn't it, Marto? 1,600 back to 1,100 and had a 1,400 metre run prior to that as well. So, look, did win at 1,000 metres earlier this prep. I just wonder if it's fresh enough getting back to 1,100 here, but the market says it'll run well, and they backed it that day 2 starts ago when it was second behind Ishikari here at Randwick over 1,400. So, yeah, mixing its distances, that's a concern, but if it's sharp enough, it's got a chance on form.
Wayburn is now the favourite on its own on the tab fix into $3 your top pick. 3-year-old building a good early record and won't be covering ground today. You'd think off the inside for Nashua, will it?
No, you'd think we'd be getting a much better run in transit, like the win at Ipswich 2 starts ago, and then just missed there. And was kind of left exposed a fair way from home on that occasion when covering ground. So I think now with that little weight swing, the better draw and the lightly raced record needs to come back to 1,100. I guess that's the little concern. Both wins have been at 1,200, but same, the favourite, the other favourite, Exit Fee's in the same place.
Considered the biggest danger is Exit Fee, even fitted our third run up. It's placed 1 of 3 third up in the past, but he's come back well this campaign.
Yeah, he has. He's been a bit of a frustrating horse for some time, for punters in particular, but he got that win on the board last time out in highway grade, and he's always been really competitive at this level. He's just normally finds 1 or 2 better, but maybe that last start effort can give him a bit of confidence now, and maps to get a good run again, up to the 61 now. It's not going to be easy, but he earned it there with that last start win.
Just notice that Wear the Crown is Corey Brown's pick of the yard at good odds, 16 out to 21 on track. A 3-year-old filly by I'm Invincible gets blinkers first time and drops out of stakes grade at Scone.
Yeah, and a good stable as well. Danielle Sieb does a good job and often successful in these highway races. Beat Canberra 2 back, a horse I've got good time for. And then, as you said, was in that Denise's Joy race. And was far from disgrace, beaten 4.5 behind Miss Free Love. So I don't think it was the strongest stakes race, but still back in grade here, and just needs to bring some of that recent Wagga form now to town.
This is the start of the early quaddy. Here's Darren.
Exit Fee not far away in 3 as Wayburn moves in, so the loading process is underway. Yeah, thanks, Marto. Now the cap colours, Danny Williams with 4 in this. Creole makes it a little bit easier being a grey. Exit Fee has the white cap, she within the blue, and Chemtrail has been given a chance here by players. Chemtrail has the black cap. So Exit Fee moves in. It was a real get-out-of-jail victory here a fortnight ago, and up 2.5 kilos in the weight for that success. So Wayburn certainly meets it a few kilos better this time around. And Wayburn has been backed into an outright favourite now, into 290. About 3-4 minutes ago, there was a split hair between them. Esquiros going in, Braith knocking the saddle. Sunrise Ridge in the black-red sleeves going forward. Chemtrail and First Landing now are the remaining runners to go forward. First Landing is the weight carrier. 62 today, lump 61 when nicking a last stride victory at the end of 900 metres at Newcastle when the first up on a heavy track there. We're on a soft 6 here today at Randwick. The capacity field are ready to run in the Tab Highway over 1,100 metres. Stand by. Racing now, and the lights line out a cold jump well. Creon is right there and showing a fair amount of speed. Wide out is Chemtrail going to the front from a colt. Bullion Hunter is wishing up on the inside, and the orange Danks is out wide. And Wayburn, the favourite, is just driving right along the rails into a prominent position. And Exit Fee's not too far behind it, followed by Capital Mac with the crown. Danks is out wide now. Esquiros got close to heels, followed by First Landing. She within, Creon's back last, and second last is Supreme Style. Coming to the turn, Chemtrail. Wayburn Nash has really used the fence there, scraping paint. Wayburn joining Chemtrail in the lead, then Wear the Crown. Exit Fees bottled up. It's shades of a fortnight ago. Wayburn gets to the front now and extends by a length and a half. Exit Fees pushing into the clear, a length and a half behind. Wayburn in front of Exit Fee. Danksy the outside. Wayburn, Exit Fee. She Within is rattling home. Wayburn, She Within. My goodness, that's been a win. She Within's jumped out of the ground to beat Wayburn and Exit Fee. Photo for fourth, Danksy and Wear the Crown, followed by Sunrise Ridge. Followed in next by Supreme Style. Then First Landing, Bullion Hunter from Creon. Capital Mac, Chemtrail got tired from a colt. Esquiros was one of the last to finish.
She Within mows down Wayburn and pays $22.20 for the win and $5 for the place for Jad Schofield.
Yeah, slices through the field, Barno, to get the job done, and pretty strong through the line, wasn't she? She's a funny horse. You go back to her run in February behind Finker's Hunter, and that's stronger than this race. She's very good on her day, but gee, there's two of her. Since then, she's been very disappointing, and she's been able to bounce back and produce her best again today. I remember backing her one day out in Country Road. She couldn't get the job done. So, look, she's a hard horse to catch, but she likes Randwick, and she's done the job today. Wayburn, every chance out in front. Probably, if I was being a little bit critical, could have pushed the button a bit earlier. I don't like when they only use the 250-metre sprint when horses have about a 400 or 500 most of the time. And Exit Fee just held up a bit and finished off the race. But She Within, take nothing away from the winner. Terrific performance.
So it's 14, 8, 4 and 16 in for fourth to get the early quarter underway. 7 races to come on listed Bob Charlie's Stakes Day at Randwick today. Big day today, of course, at Eagle Farm. It is Oaks.
14, 8, 4 and 16. So definitely a low pressure that went through. I mean, that's that. But I did not expect that happening from gate number 13. But it just did. Because of the drift. That's all. Because of the drift, I thought that, no. That. 14. 8, 4, and 16. A 4-year-old mare that happened. We'll go to the next 1600 meter. That was a bummer. No scratching. 10.586. So the 10 is the right odd, but it is like that. I mean, what happened is even on 1100 meter, a lower weight kicked in from gate number 13. So basically what is happening is they're almost the same age, and that's where their body weight is almost same. That's where it is clicking. And that's that part of the story, that it is the lowest, but that is also the story which needs to be taken care of, because this is a 56, and on a 56 it is drop. Okay, now this becomes a drop. That was also a drop. This is also a drop, which is okay, but this usually is, we know what that is. The horse is fantastic, but that's where it clicks. So where can it go? Where will it go? 0.5. Then this is the 0.5 on 57, which is the EW anyway. That's a 56. This is a 56.5. But here, 58, 1 and 68 here, 65, let's just go like 1, 57, 58, with number 5 producing low, so 57, that's okay, 58, and 4, and drop, this one doesn't have 58, 57, 50. So the 10 is the favorite, but it is getting into negative. It is the right odd. Okay, that's the low. That's the low weight on a 1600 meter from gate number 1. That's the right odd. The contradiction on this is the fact that it is coming from gate number 1. Lower weight from gate number 1 is bad. Also, it is getting into a negative section, which is a little troublesome. So 10 winning is difficult. Those are 1.5. This is now these two. Okay, both are 57. This one is a 56.5. Challenging high. This is a 56.5, which is challenging a little low, getting into a low pressure, but doesn't have a form line. So I don't know how that will work. But those, we know who they are, so that's pretty much possible. But that 4 probably is there on a 58. It is no drop. Okay, so that probably is the third position. I am thinking there's one of the horses which are in between. If the 5 wins, then out of these two, one of them is in between. Now, there is a chance that the 7 might get through because of who that horse is, or it is 2 because it is challenging 1. Okay, that's where that thing comes in. 5760. This is on a higher weight on 16. So that probably is not the fact. This is good, but that's where it stands. 5, then something here, then probably on a 58 neutral. So one of these monkeys are going to be there. I'm not sure which one. Both the jockeys are funny. The 7 has a resume. 8 group 1 races and all that thing is there, and that's the pressure line on this. The challenge is lower than this, but this is a higher weight with challenge, so could be 5, 7, then rising to 10 if that's possible, because that's 0.5, that's possible, or because of this, if that happens. So one of them is there in between 7 and 2. One of them is there in between before it touches 10. And then probably on 58 down here. So the 10 is difficult. This is getting on a higher scale on a 55. This is 56. Both of them are 56. This one is a drop, becoming a 55, becoming negative. This one is a raise on a 56, and that's 22. Now then these two horses are there. This is a 56.5. This is a 57.5. Obviously the 2 is a better horse like that, but we know what they can do. So we'll see how that works. I think it's 5. Thoughts on 4, Dows. The 4 is probably on the, I mean, if the 10 gets entirely knocked out, if the 10 gets entirely knocked out and is not there in the third position also, then probably 4 will get into the third position. How this will work basically? So what are we expecting? I mean, what exactly is the condition? So the 10 is the favorite. It is the right favorite, but it is getting negative. So that's one side of the story, and it is a drop. So if we take that it will not win, then it is 5 on the 56 with a raise of 1. This is a 55 with a raise of 1.5. This is a 54. This one is a God knows what. Man, this is a raise of 10. So that 5-year-old mare is a raise of 10 steps. So that's probably not that. We are looking at this is a 1.5. This is difficult. So the 5 is the next in line. Through competition. Okay. Now that's competition. But the advantage is here. Okay. So if this is a 57.5 which is chasing 1, and this is a 56.5 which is chasing, and it is like that. So this area is confusing. I am not sure which one will get through. Between both of them are EWs. And then if it rises, if it doesn't rise here and the 10 is completely knocked out, then this one with a no drop will go. Because this is a drop of 1, this is a drop of 1.5, this is a drop of 5. This is no drop. Okay. And a low pressure. So for that, the 5 has to win. One of these monkeys are in between. And then probably 4 with no drop. And if there is a surprise somewhere else, like this 5-year-old with a 10-step winning, then there is nothing to talk about. Does your daughter be apprentice? Claim as in here is the claim. So this is the true jockey weight. Okay, this is the true jockey weight. Now the claim is here. This is the claim. Half a kilo less. 0.5. This is the claim. This is where the weight is on jock. Okay. This is where the weight is on jock. True jockey. This is TJ. Okay. True jockey weight. This is true jockey weight. This is 1.5. This is how. So initially, Dows, I don't know if you remember, initially we were looking at the drop. Okay. Like here is the drop. We are looking at the drop, and then we are looking at the challenges. But that's not entirely correct. Why? Because there is a weight allocation on the jock as well. So if that's the drop, with the weight allocation on the jock, we actually see the right drop. So in that case, 9 becomes the highest drop, then 6 is the other drop, then it is like that. And the 4 is no drop. And then the 7 and the 2. These two monkeys. So how bad things can go. The disclaim the 10 is carrying 54 and a half kg with 2 kg clean. The 10 is carrying 54 and a half. The 10 is carrying. No, the 10 is not carrying 54 and a half. The 10 is carrying 56 and a half. And this is the bifurcation. The weight on the horse is 55 and a half. And the jockey is carrying 1 kilogram. That makes it a drop of 0.5. The 10 is not carrying 10 is not carrying 54. 10 is carrying 56 and a half. That's the total weight. Bifurcation is here. The horse weight is 55 and a half, and the jockey is 1 kilogram. So that makes it 56 and a half. Okay. So they're saying the 6, okay? The 6, if we do that, here the 6 is 1.5, this is 5, then the 3. So on a 15, this is the rest number 4 we are doing, correct? Like this is a drop of 1.5, this is a drop of 1. here is a jock which is given, and the 5 is a neutral which is going to run. There's a very strong chance that this 2 will go through. There's a strong chance the 2 will go through. If the 10 doesn't, can you check RaceNet? Yes, I can check RaceNet. RaceNet is where? Yeah, RaceNet is saying 10. 56.5 kg, CD 54.5. So that's 156 minus 54.5. 56.5, 2.5 kilograms. That is 2.5 kilograms on 10. 2.5 kilograms is where? No, I think 2.5 kilograms. So in that case, 6 is 58. So 2.5. 2.5. Yes, it is showing here, but it is a little complicated. It is a little complicated, Dows. The thing is, it is showing here, okay? This thing is showing, how the claims are calculated. But the problem is you also have to calculate, the saddle, which is in between. So it is not just the jock which is getting a claim. That's why it is that confusing, Dows. When you're looking at a number, that number doesn't always represent the actual figure. That number, that's why we have so many columns. Okay, where is the mismatch we are trying to figure out? So if you think that 10 is 2.5 on Grima, that probably is right. You're saying that, but along with that, there are certain things which are also happening. There is a weight of the saddle. Then there is there's a saddle weight plus the jockey weight. Saddle weight is something else. Jockey is allocated something else. Those are calculated as well. So if you're just calculating Grima with a claim, that might not be showing here as a 2.5, but it is in detail where the weight and how the weight is being allocated. So that's 55 on the horse, 1 on jock. That brings into 56.5. Okay, that brings in 56.5. That's 55.5 plus 1 on Grima. So whether he's getting, she's getting that claim or not, that's something that we'll have to figure out what might happen. So they started actually.
Trying to keep Enrique in a pocket. Meanwhile, Nassabar's in the middle of the ruck looking for a bit of room. Just Glamorous moved up now. Poke the head in front. Then Let's Fly. Bravissima somewhat locked up. Nassabar needs luck. Enrique just trying to put it in a pocket. Just Glamorous. Bird Whistle. Dancing with Who's is running on. Anyone's finished. Bird Whistle. Bravissima gets the run now. And Bravissima over the top. Beat a gallant Bird Whistle. Just Glamorous. Nassabar had excuses, then Dances with Hooves, Enrique, followed by Until Valhalla, Extraordinaire, Pleasure Artist, Island Dream, Let's Fly.
Bravissima home under Nashra Willa at 9:32.40 to beat Bird Whistle and Just Glamorous. Favourite winds up in 4th position. Strikes winning form 3rd up, not for the first time in its career. A 5-year-old.
3-8-6-10.
A really good record there, Dover.
She is really good 2 stars.
3-8-6-10. Where is the 3? You see 3. 8. 3. 8. And 6. 10. 5 did not win. 3. Now, if we check this, 3, 7, 8. So 2, 7, 8, 3, then 1.5 here, 1.5 here with the drop. So this one went through, and then here 6 and 7.5. 3, 8, 6, 7. So that did not get through. But the 5 also did not make it. So I mean, this is Dow's the thing is, when you're looking at one number, you also have to look at the other numbers. For example, you're talking about the 10. Okay, the 10 is carrying 56.5. Okay, now if you get the data, what it is showing on RaceNet is very confusing. I don't know what it is showing on RaceNet. I don't take the weight from RaceNet. The weight is coming from Racing NSW, New South Wales. The weight is coming from Racing New South Wales. So if you look at those websites where these are the governance, these are the authorities where they have the right numbers. So they will give you the right numbers. So this horse is carrying 56.5 and the jock is carrying 1. Okay. So that's 55, 1, 56.5. If we do the maths, then it is a drop of 0.5. That's where the drop comes in. Here it is showing it is challenging. Okay, it is the lowest challenger, but here it is showing it is a drop. So that's where the problem is. What you are looking at as a data, that is just superficial. It is not the right data. I mean, it's only half baked. I'm not saying it is not the right data. It is the right data, but it is only half baked. It is like your child or your kid wanted a chocolate and you gave him an empty wrapper of the chocolate. So the kid thinks that, he actually got the chocolate, but no, you have to look inside the wrapper. What do you have inside the wrapper? And that's exactly what is happening here. Okay. If you, that's the wrapper. You think it is challenging, but no, it is not challenging. It is a drop. Now, if that is a drop, then what is the match? Firstly, it is getting into negative. That's the first part of the story. I still don't know how to recover from here. When it goes negative, they don't win most of the times, but they do at times. And it is becoming very unbearable to figure out when they win and when they don't. So I went with this. I thought this will go because this was a drop of 1.5. This is on a 57, same weight, it'll go. But no, that did not happen. What happened? The 3 on a higher weight with a drop knocked it out. And this was anyway running as a neutral. So neutrals are, what they are. So basically my point is this. I mean, it is very interesting that you're talking about the claims and everything, and I think we all should start working on the weights and look at the differences that we are getting. I do it in a very methodical way. There is no gimmick in anything here. All right, this is regression. This is the actual weight calculation of how it took me 3 weeks to get here. All right, 3 weeks to actually identify. First, we were thinking that this is the drop. Okay, this is where they're coming from. This is where the drop is, or the gain is, and that's where we were thinking. But it started malfunctioning. It did not work accordingly. And when it did not work, I had to look deeper into it. And then I figured that weight is being divided into 3 sections. 1 is on the horse, 2 is on the jock, 3 is on the saddle. There are 3 sets of weight. It's not just 1. So now you have to understand this, that what is the weight on the horse? So the weight on the horse basically determines how good or bad that horse is. This is not the weight on the horse. This is not the horse handicapping weight. This is the weight which says how the entire package is. The entire package is like, for this one is 58. That's the entire package. But actually the horse rating is 56.5 with a drop of 1.5. And then there is a jock which comes in with a 1.5 kilogram on the jock. So it's complicated, and I'm not saying that I kind of have it all. I don't. I'm still trying to, there's no way we can refer this to anything, because nobody wrote a book on this. There's no tutorial on this. People want you to assume that, the favorites are going to win, but that's not the case. The market is 60% time, the market is wrong. So basically, it is a work that needs to be done. And all that I do is I'm trying to find logic where the things are working and how things are working. So 55 on a 1600 meter is the right odd. That's an advantage, but that also is coming with this, and it is showing a drop. Instead, what happened is, now you see these two horses, okay? This is a 58 chasing 1, and this is a 58.5 chasing 1 coming from 57, and this is a 59. It is coming from 59 with a drop it became 58, and with a jockey it became 58.5. So the horse is at 58. So the 2 was good. But it did not get through because of there are other numbers which are also working. It doesn't have the leverage. This one has the leverage on a 59. That's good. This is a 58. Here is a leverage. This one is on a 50, on a 56. That's the highest leverage. But on a 59, that's the leverage. So there are multiple things that needs to be taken under consideration. It is just not what is the claim on the jock. The claim is here. That's the 0.5. They are like not carrying much of a weight. Go to 5. 6 has been scratched. Three 11 1 7. Here it is showing that it is chasing 4.5 kilos. Okay, here it is saying that it is chasing 4.5 kilos. Sorry, here it is saying that it is a drop of 2 kilograms. Okay, but it is actually a drop of 2.5 kilograms, and it is the carrying weight on that horse is 55.5. So now the point is this, that for a 2000 meter, what exactly should happen? 2000 meter, should a lower weight be an advantage? Then 11 is the right odd. Okay, but now that's the advantage of 52 kilograms that the 11 is carrying. That's the advantage, that the 11 is carrying 52. But that 52 is creating a pressure of 68. Okay, that 52 is going to create a pressure of 68 on 2000 meters from the gate to the last bend, from gate to gate, from the opening gate to the closing gate. It'll create a pressure of 68 on a 52. So now you do the back calculation. So it comes from 52.5. It is staying at a 52.5. It is not a drop or anything. Okay, but it is creating a pressure on that horse. Now, is that going to work as an advantage? That's the question. If that is not going to work as an advantage, then what is going to work on an advantage? Is a higher weight? Then 2 is the right odd. But 2 is challenging 2.5 from 56.5. That is where 2 is challenging. It is 56.5. Now 2.5 increase, it becomes 59. All right, and it is 59. So that's that. Now 2.5. When this becomes 2.5, then obviously these two horses with 2.5 drop comes into place. Now that's a 55.5, which is lower. So that probably is not the thing. But this, the 3, definitely can beat the 2 with a 2.5. And now that's a 58, which is with a 2.5 drop. And you look at 1, which is a 58, and it becomes 58.5. So mathematically, 1 is the best horse. And that's why on the DICR it shows green. So mathematically, 1 is the best horse with one of the top jocks. So ideally, that should win. This is creating a pressure. If this was not creating a pressure and it was creating a low pressure, then probably this would have been a great move. But when you're doing that, now you look here also. They are all same sex, same age. All right. I mean, they're same age. Now, if they're same age, is that going to be a benefit? It was in the first one when they were 2-year-old, and it came in second. The lower weight came in second, but definitely one of the higher weights that won. So this one is chasing 2.5. Ideally, the 1 should win. Now the 1 comes from gate number 12 with one of the best jocks. Ideally, that should win. Now, will it win? Is what we are going to see. 8. If a lower weight is creating pressure, that means things can go dicey.
And ran second, and how it didn't win has got me buggered because it jumped third and somehow settled last. But it wasn't really the jockey's fault. It was more just a victim of circumstances. One in front of it just kept going backwards, and it's cost the race quite clearly. And she's got a good chance if she settles in the run here, and if she gets a better run in transit. 11 Sun Sprite up to 2,000 looks ideal. Was strong in that same race with Angel City and Einsbury. I did think the gap between those three, though, was a little bit too large. And number 3, Decalogue, off the maiden win last time. Was dominant, though, and did run well in Atomic Stakes going back 3 starts ago. So, good little race, 8, 7, 11 and 3 for me.
Decalogue best back late everywhere. New favourite tab fixed late with the bookies 3.30, 3.40 into 3.20. Sunsprite 3.30 to $3.60. The rest are at double figure odds. There's a couple of nibbles though. Simply Gold is a stablemate of Sunsprite. 12 out to 13 into $11 and gets the blinkers first time. The visors removed. Was up in Queensland and running second at Ipswich last start.
Yeah, and that was a deep enough 2180 metre race on that occasion. Marto Lonesome Soul, the third horse, goes pretty well. And look, a 3-year-old who I'm assuming was up there trying to get into the Derby and must not have panned out there. So back here for 2,000, a few of them in the same sort of boat. So, yep, that was a strong enough race.
And Einsbury is your top pick for Tyler Schiller, Chris Waller. 14 into 12 is attracting interest as well.
Yeah, and look, a horse that another one that's going well enough. It's a fascinating little race, isn't it? I mean, you can look. There's so many different angles. I just thought the two at the top of the market were a bit too skinny, with all considering. I don't think the gap in ability here is as large as anyone thinks, and I think that several at double figures can run well here, Mata.
Decalogue best back late. Scratch Flemington to be safe for this race instead.
Yeah, look, he only won a maiden last time, but he did win it in impressive style. I think the harder they go, the better for him. He's a little bit one-paced and might be out-sprinted if they sort of sit up mid-race.
Let's get trackside for the 5th with Darren.
Aboard the heavily backed Decalogue.
It's the weird market. It's always like that.
Now, looks like number 12's coming out here, Sablanous, the $61 outsider of the field. Number 12, Sablanous, is out, 120 on Vet's advice. So late scratching Randwick, number 12, Sablanous. Agent Zero, the last to move in. Drawn the outside on this occasion. Agent Zero is shooting for 3 in a row, but it had the luxury of gate 1 last time when beating Angel City narrowly. So Agent Zero goes forward in the hands of Nash Villa. Nash is looking for a race.
Yeah, that's true. Dow's will talk about that as well.
On. Stand by. 5th race over 2,000 metres, kicking off the Big Six today with the $30,000 jackpot. And the starter is dashing over to his rostrum to send them on their way. Picks up the Buttondale Jess, hits it off and racing now. And accelerating fast, Agent Zero from the outside. My goodness, it led him 20 metres. So Nash has already got it in front and down to the rails. Now, moving up on the outside, Don't Tell Polly. Angel City Handy. Tequasota to the outside. Simply Gold the fence. Decalogue just a fraction deep. Sunsprite underneath is letting Decalogue come over and slip it in front now. Ainsbury settles back in the field from Salt Spray. Engine of War, the last one. Don't Tell Polly shows the way. By a length and a half to Tequasota. Agent Zero's happy to hand up now and get a trail in third. And Angel City has been able to hold that forward roll. Fourth, one out, one back. Then Simply Gold. Decalogue gets behind Angel City. Further back to Ainsbury. Sunsprite has got back to third last. Two further back to Engine of War is over racing on the inside of Salt Spray. So they've sorted out their order. Don't Tell Polly's going to maintain the lead from Tequasota. Agent Zero travelling strongly. Well, there you go. It drew barrier 12 and Nash has got it leaders back exactly where it was when it won last time out. Half the outside to Angel City now. Decalogue is taking off. Schofield allows it to go right around the field. It's making a pretty quick run here, the favourite Decalogue, and it's gone from the second half of the field to go up and race to the front of the 800. From Don't Tell Polly, Tequasota, and the move has got Ainsbury flushed out. So Tyler Schiller starts his run at Ainsbury and rushes up to second now. Angel City pops out. Sunsprite's the widest. Now Agent Zero's been shuffled back through the field from Engine of War, Salt Spray and Simply Gold. So Decalogue's taken off a long way out. Ainsbury is the chaser. Angel City's had a charm run being revved up on the outside, clear from Tequasota. Don't Tell Polly, Agent Zero. Sunsprite's not doing enough. Decalogue being challenged by Ainsbury now. Two after Angel City. Decalogue's finding. Ainsbury's got the job to get there. Decalogue gets a length and a half clear now from Ainsbury. Sunsprite's warming up when it's all over and Simply Gold flushing home. But the heavily back favourite Decalogue will win it by a length and a half. Photo for the miners. Engine of War and Simply Gold. It really thundered home. Sunsprite laboured up the straight fourth. Further back to Salt Spray. Angel City had its chance. So did Ainsbury. Agent Zero, Tequasota. Don't Tell Polly. She's finished last.
Double for Chad Schofield and winning at Newcastle, it's maiden, and then coming to Randwick and winning again. Now, it looks like 9 will run second over on the inside of the 2. So it looks like 3, 9, 2 and 11. Decalogue is a promising horse, Stover.
He is, Marto. Yeah, he's a real stayer, isn't he? And I don't mind the idea of sort of taking off early on him because, like I said, he's a little bit one paid.
3, 9, 2 and 11. 3, 9, 2, That is that. We'll go to the next. Two, 5, 15 and 17 all scratched. 2 5s. $6,314. So that's that. This is a 0.5 down on 57 showing negative, and this one is a 0.5 up with the top weight 61, but it is losing body weight because of it is not doing well. So now the question, So ideally, now if you look at what's happening, the 6, which is the favorite, so they're both getting into negative, 6 and 3. This is a 0.5 down from 57, 61, 0.4 down. So now the question is here, okay? The 1 is the top weight chasing, but it is not doing well. So that's that part of the story, that it is not doing well. 6 is 0.5 down, this is 0.5 up. This is a lower weight, this is a higher weight. So obviously the advantage is with 1, but it is not in a shape. So is 6. Even 6 is not in a shape. So where will it go? It cannot go here because it is also getting negative, and the 55, it had to be these guys here. That's a wrong move on 1,000 meter. That's a wrong move. So 1,000 meter this, but not doing well. So the next is here 3, which is also getting, and then 9 is 11. And it goes 58. Gate number 15, very bad. 58. And 57. So what is happening is this, that the 6 is the favorite from 57. There's nothing on the jock. That's a 56. And here, from a 55, it becomes 56.5. Then on jock, makes it a 58.5. All right. So obviously, in this case, the 6 is the best. Okay. 6 is good. Obviously. So here they're 56.5. Both the horses are carrying 56.5 on the horse. But here on jock, there is nothing. And here on jock, there is 1.5. So now what happens here is that's the horse is carrying 56. Good. There is nothing on the jock. So that's 56.5 as this one. This one is 56.5 as well, but there's a weight on jock. So when there is a weight on jock, that essentially means that the jockey is a good jock, but he's looking like that. Okay. He's looking like that. So his handicapping is not suitable for him. Same is here. Okay. And they are both carrying pressure horses. So that's difficult to believe what will happen there. But 6 is the favorite. Ideally, in this case, the jockey will have an advantage. Why? Because there is a weight on jock. So 4 has advantage. Why? Because this horse is going to run, but there is no weight on jock, which means the jock is actually bad. But here it is showing that there is a weight on jock, which means that jock is good. But that's where they all coming. They're both looking like that, and they're both into negative. So that's that part of the story. And then it is 61 with a 1 is chasing, and then this one is a drop. Now it is 60, 60, 57. So 56, 56, both are like that. 57. So now if you look at what happened here, why the 3 won. It is the mistake of the jock, what he did on that horse. There's nothing else. But now if you deep dive, so this was a 58, this was a 58. And here the 58 remained 58.5, plus there was a jock and it made it 60, wherein this one was 58. This one came from 58, became 55.5, and the jock had that, so that became 56. So for this drop was an advantage, okay, because it was carrying a lower weight. For the class from where it is coming, it is carrying a lower weight, it worked. Now if we try to do that and see, then that 3 is coming from top and carrying a lower weight. That, I mean, after 4, that's the 1. And both of them are getting into negative. So is this one. So difficult to believe. Now what might happen? These two, if you look at, so 1 and 9, this is 60. They're both coming from 60. They're both coming from 60. This is chasing 0.5. the weight increased on 1,000 meter, which is required. And this one is a drop of 6 kilogram, but the leverage shows that it is not supposed to get that drop. So that if this thing, if we look at these two horses, the 4, the 1 and the 9, this one is carrying higher weight coming from 60, and this one is coming from 60, is a drop. So which one has the advantage? The one which is going to carry 60.5 without a jock, this jock has been making mistake, or the 9 which is here with a drop. And then the 7 is here, the 4. The 54, will it go as a neutral? Neutral will noise is 61.5, okay, 12. Those are 60s. Now there is a 7, which is a 5.5. So 54 and 55. This is 26, 21, 61. That's 7. We'll see how that works. 7, 12, 12, and 60 is 9. This one is in between increasing. 1.5 is negative. 60, 55. You're not alone. Adaman! Welcome back, Adaman. Daos, you're not alone. I'm also taking a lot of heat.
Hard time. It's only a couple of moments away.
Outstanding job. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We're rapidly approaching the sixth event from Randwick is our next, and Brad Davidson, Ice Cool, is your top pick here. Very promising galloper, one fresh in the debut preparation, unbeaten at the trials ahead of the return.
Yeah, I think he's a potential carnival horse, Mardo. He won his first 2 starts in really fast time and good style, and then started $7.50 against the likes of Afterburners at level weights in a $3 million race where he missed the start, travelled wide, and it was just all over before he could even think what was happening. So that's his only defeat. It was a complete forgive. His 2 trials have been terrific in smart time. Expecting to just tag 1 or 2 here, sit probably second, third or fourth in the run, and from there, I think it'd be really hard to beat. He won 1,100 metres here at Randwick back in December, and its timing around that day was super. So he's my best of the day. 3 Big Red Tequila was a little saver for me. I think it's the danger. Love what she did first up 1,000 metres last preparation, beating All Adore, a real 1,000 metre specialist. And she ran third behind High School here at Randwick after that at 1,100. Just needs to get herself out of the barriers, but I think she's a very promising horse as well. 16, Dear Jewel. If you're looking for roughies, I think 16 and 11 are the 2 best roughies here. Dear Jewel got too far back. I thought the run was almost as good as Amazing Eagle in that race, and one's $5.50 and the other one's $20 odd and $21, and Dear Jewel maps to be closer to Amazing Eagle this time. And number 11, Belle Mercy, mixes its form, but best form's got a couple of figures here at Randwick, including a run in the Gym Crack, where would put it in the finish here, so it's massive odds as well. But 6, 3, 16 and 11, keen enough to take on the toppy Amazing Eagle. I thought it was a weaker race. It comes through heavy, back to a bit of a firmer track as well, and staying at 1,000 metres I thought were all negative. So, and I just think Ice Pool and Big Red Tequila are better horses.
It's been well back to beat the favourite though, Amazing Eagle, $5.50 into $4.80. A listed winner, Group 3 place 4-year-old on the comeback trail. Only had 2 months and 2 runs in the last 18 months.
Yeah, he's been a while off, hasn't he? And he's clearly got talent. I just thought if you couldn't beat Frank Prima Bella the other day, then I don't think you're going to be beating Nice Cool. But look, I respect the move. I don't like him though, personally. I'm against him. I just think he might be looking for a little bit further now. I think the map's a bit awkward, and I think he comes through the weaker form. And like I said, I think this Ice Cool and Big Red Tequila, I think they're both going to be better than this grade, and I'm not sure where Amazing Eagle fits in the big picture.
So Ice Cool's ahead of Amazing Eagle, and it's $2.40 into $2.25, just back to $2.30. But Amazing Eagle best back to beat a tab. Let's have a look at the late figures with the bookies. Ice Cool is $2.30 into $2.25, and Amazing Eagle $5.50 into $4.80. The best back everywhere to beat it. Prima Bella is 10 into 9, just back to $9.50, and Bella's best number 10 is attracting some interest. 31 into $26.
Okay,
last time out, and Hawkesbury, but it's into today.
Things are difficult today. Let's see how things go.
He's about the last to move in. It's been a great day for Chad Schofield. Masterful ride by Chad in the previous on Decalogue. And he's on the long price Belle Mercy here in race number 6. And Belle Mercy is the last to move into the gates. Large field here over 1,000 metres, and they're locked and loaded. There's the light, and we're ready to go. Racing now, and good line out. Ice Cool, the favourite, has jumped out with them. Tequila Baby handy, and Villa's Best is right there on the rails as Ice Cool's looking for the leader. The series out pretty deep against the law right behind with Dear Jewel Pride to follow. Then came Island Deck. Now Amazing Eagle's back in the field and covering plenty of ground. Prima Bella is in the middle of the ruck, and Big Red Tequila well back on the rails. Rantan and Belle Mercy are the last 2. Villa's Best on the inside of the favourite Ice Cooler. A length and a half against the Lord Dear Jewel. Big Red Tequila 3 fence. Inside Prima Bella as they come inside the 300 now. Villa's Best on the inside of Ice Cooler. Jay Ford's about to give the favourite its head. Dear Jewel looking to come off the fence from against the Jewel. Tequila Baby. Big Red Tequila's bottle up, but Ice Cool pings away now. Giving its head and it's shot clear Ice Cooler. Big Red Tequila will finish best of the rest, running home into a clear second. Third, Villa's Best in front of Against the Law, then Dear Jewel. Prima Bella, Whiteout Island Deck making ground. Amazing Eagle off the course all of the way, then Belle Mercy, Rantan, Pride to follow, and Masira. Great return by Ice Cool. Jay Ford, the moment he let it go. It
6, 3, 10.
Ice Cool, a big win, 220, 120. Big Red Tequila, beating the rest out of sight, $2. Villa's Best on the inside will hold down the third. The on-pace runner at big odds went out of Coston for Graz Villa. It's all about Ice Cool. Tramper David Pfeiffer won both his trials leading up to this. It's his third win now from only 4 starts, and certainly coming back at a time where the connections can make their fair share of money. Now, Villa's Best will pay $4.20 when the judge pops the numbers up. The time is 57.39. The last 600 metres in 33.59.
So brilliant first up display. Your best bet of the day home, Ice Cool, in the $2 range across the totes. Dave Owen is a very talented galloper.
Yeah, he's a carnival horse, Mutto. He sat outside at pretty hot speed there. He over-raced. He's still learning what it's all about, but just look how well he travelled. He didn't even let him go until the 200, and then he went whooshka after doing work on speed and over-racing. So, yeah, I'm excited to see where he gets to.
Six, 3, 10, 14. Fifteen, 16, 17. All scratched. Six, 11, 3, 4. So 6 is a drop of 4.5. Okay. That's the highest weight it is coming from. Given a drop of 4.5 with a jock 56.5 becomes 59. Low drop is this 67. Then it is all up 59.75. It is 1.5 on a 6-year-old dealing from 812. And this is a 94, so six point five 59. So here is the thing. The 6, which is the favorite, is a 4-year-old gelding coming from gate number 19. Is the top weight where it is coming from, given a reduction, which is 4.5, and that's the jock. Okay. This one is a lower drop. This is a 61. This is a 60. This is a lower drop. So ideally, that's the one. Then, if it goes mathematically, which it is not going, then it is here 1.5. Then 11 is 3.5. 1 is 5.5. This is 4.5. 3 is 6.5. Here is a 2. That is an 8-year-old gelding. And they are all coming from the same weight, okay? 53. This one is coming from 56 to, I don't know how that will work. This one is chasing from a 55, it is chasing 6 kilograms from gate number 9. Not doing well. And then after this, if we don't talk about this 8-year-old gelding, then it is up here on this 14, which is 2.5. Now, either it is like this, that if you look at that, they're all coming from 53, and either it is like, you know, the best horse in this wins, which is 3 from gate number 11. Okay, in 53, this can go multiple ways. One is this, that it is a 6.5 chasing 6.5 step up from 53, becoming a 60.5. That's one way of looking at it, like it is a very good horse, which probably it is. The flip side is, this is way too much. Things can go to 14 because that's a lower challenge. Okay. So in 53, that's 14. And here it is 5. That's a higher drop, wider gate. This is a lower drop, inner gate, neck to neck. In 57, that's too much from gate number 13 for a 5-year-old. This is also, I'm not saying that not, I mean, it is also difficult. So if 4 is there on the 4th, which is school Jakey, which is 1.5, then this is a little too much. This is, I don't know how that horse is. It's a 6.5. The bar is raised, so, but if that is a 53, this is a 53, then this is easier for 14, that 6-year-old mare. So 6 is the favorite, 5 is the next, which is here. This is a low weight, high delivery, 59. And this is a 59, that's become 60. This is the 57 and 1.5. So 5 is a check. Let's see how that 5 works. 6 is very wide. That's true. 7. Then here. And ideally here, but that is an 8-year-old. And then if you want to believe all those numbers on 53. Adam, you just had one. I'm going back to back. They're the biggest defaulters. I don't think they even understand what they're sitting on.
The bench starts the main quaddie at Randwick, Davo. Point and shoot, hit the line well and listed great at Scone last time out. Just all eyes on the start again.
Yeah, exactly, Marto. He's a bit of a shocker at the start, isn't he? He can miss it horribly sometimes. He can miss it a length. He rarely jumps with them. So, look, he has drawn wide, though, so they're in the barriers a bit less time, and he's going to go back. He can probably stay out of trouble from that wide gate and finish off strongly down the middle. I just hope they go hard like it looks on paper, and if that's the case, so I thought he was a chance of finishing home over the top at each way odds. Gallen Stars 2 runs back have been solid. He draws the car park here, but convinced he's good enough to win if it pans out from that gate. 10 Hollywood Hero, given a good push by the stable this morning, like the way he's trialled, and another one that gets back and runs on, but again, speed looks genuine. And next best, number 6, Midnight Dynamite. Sorry, I sent through the wrong number this morning. 13 Astero is not in my top 4, so I'm 3, 9, 10 and 6. But point and shoot on top. Kind of want to take on the favourite. No surprise to see drifting here. $2.30 out to $3.20. I thought that was just the wrong price this morning. There's a bit of speed inside him. We're up to a soft 5. He's better on wet ground, and he does lose J-Mac as well. I think there's a good roughie in the race, Marto. It'd be 14 Coco Jambu. Going better than it reads on paper. He's a bit of a one batter, but the good tempo in this race will suit. Hasn't been in a fast run race for a while, and she's certainly a good chance and a good roughie here.
Been spec 2 with the bookies for Brave Knot. It's just been loaded. 17 into $15, Coco Jambu. Biggest inward move late with the bookies is Cool Jakey. $8 into $6. Hasn't been far away of late. It's freshened and he's won a trial since.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a control freak, like your favourite Midnight Dynamite. So we'll see how that pans out early here. Soft track, Randwick all suits, just if he gets his own way in front.
And Luge is $5 into $4.60, attracting good interest as well to beat the favourite Midnight Dynamite. He's had 7 months off, 2 trials, second at Gosford in the most recent. Big dance place to Gringotts when last seen.
Yeah, pretty good effort, wasn't it? Nice horse, just off 211 days, but finds Nash, and trials have been solid enough, and stable generally will get them forward enough for it.
Davidson on top of $6 and rock solid late with the bookies point and shoot. Favourite Midnight Dynamite $2.50 to $3.20. Starting the quaddie with Darren.
In the program on Bravissima. Now, Gallen Star goes forward. Compelling Truth. And the favourite now, Midnight Dynamite, is the last to go in. Josh Parr. in this 1,300 metre race. There's the light now. Stand by. Ready to go. Racing. Favourite began brilliantly. Midnight Dynamite from the wide draw, and Cool Jakey quickly mustering underneath. Now, Compelling Truth is going to make a bit of a pest of itself and take the front from Cool Jakey, putting Midnight Dynamite out wide. Lose right there, followed by Coco Jambu. A striker had to snatch up. Gallant Stars off the track and committed to going forward. Midfield, Mighty Ulysses around Astero. Point and Shoot is in a three-wide position. Manhood right behind, followed by Redford Hollywood Hero, and Elliptical is the last one. So Compelling Truth held out Cool Jakey for the lead. They're followed by Coco Jambu, pushing through inside. Midnight Dynamite is one off the fence. On a wide path, Gallant Star has now got the favourite in a pocket. Two further back to Lou on the outside of Astero. Then came a striker pushing Point and Shoot deeper out. Into the straight, Compelling Truth. Now Cool Jakey took the lead away from it. Midnight Dynamite into the clear. Cool Jakey raced 2 lengths clear. Midnight Dynamite goes to second. Then Coco Jambu, Gallant Star. Point and Shoot 6 lengths away, running on. Cool Jakey leads to the 150 from Midnight Dynamite. Then Point and Shoot wide out. Cool Jakey still in front of Midnight Dynamite, and Cool Jakey is going to win it by a length to Midnight Dynamite. Hollywood Hero got up to run third, not sure fourth. Coco Jambu, Elliptical, the eye catcher. From Mighty Ulysses, Point and Shoot peaked on the run. Lou right underneath it. Further back to Astero, then Redford, Manhood, Astraka, and Compelling Truth to win hard. It ran last and a long last.
As Cool Jakey lands bets there, pays $7 and $2.20 for Anna Hieronymus as it beats Midnight Dynamite, and 10 should be third, Hollywood Hero. So 4, 6 and 10 the result. They're ready at Belmont for the fourth.
So back. Fine start, caught them beautifully. Valandor dropped.
4, 6, 10 and 14. Didn't do anything. They're like that. One, 9, 11, 14 and 15 all scratched. Sixteen, 3, 4 and 7. So the 16 is the favorite. It's coming from gate number 12. No, 14 at this point of time. Wait, I'll fix that. 14. So the 16 is with a drop. It is from 59. with a drop, a 4-year-old horse, that will be a lot of advantage because it is coming from 59 and then that's drop. This is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 12. I don't know how that will work. Now, the 5, okay, this is higher. So probably the odds are right, 63. But these two are, I don't know how these two are going to play. On a 56, that's a drop of 2. And this one is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 12. So that's difficult to believe. But if everything plays right, then 5 probably is in the 3rd position. As a 57.5 with a drop, it will have the advantage over this one. But the question is that going to work? If the 16 works from gate number 14 with that drop, then that's that. Then it is. This one is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 12. So that's pretty tight. And then here it's a 57. And here we have again on this on 5. So this probably, if this knocks out, this should knock out. So 3 probably is in the 2nd, 5 is in the 3rd. But the golden question is whether 16 is going to win. That's advantage, definitely, from 59.5. That's a lot of advantage. So it is capable of taking 59.5, but it is taking 54. That's where the 54 is, and that's where the drop is. Now that doesn't look like it is a genuine drop, because on a 59, that's probably the highest leverage. So that probably is a fake. So yeah, 16 ideally should drop here. I don't know about this one. This is probably from gate number 12. Could get difficult for this, but this one is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 5. This is a 57, and then on a 56.5 we have this. We'll see. 5 on a 3rd or so, maybe. That works. Let's see. Ideally, it is the 2. Okay. Out of all those circus, ideally it is 2, which is a 7-year-old gelding coming from gate number 16. That's the lowest drop. The rest, everything is la that, and it's a listed race. So, what is the 2? 2 is Dragonstone. Not doing well. So 15, 9, 60, 57. So here is the thing. So this one is a listed race. Okay. Now, what exactly is a listed race? Listed race is about, these horses up till here. Listed race is about these horses. So that probably is not doing well. We'll see. I'm going to go with 5, probably. Five should give me at least a third position, if not wrong. It will not. That's the drop. And that's the gain. This one definitely has that. There is definitely a piece of the puzzle that we are missing out. There's definitely a piece of the puzzle that we are missing out. If that horse is that bad, I mean, if the 2 is that bad, okay, it has not been winning. It is like 7th in the last race, and before that 6th, got rejected. Then it's got the top weight on it, which means that it is something that doesn't add up. That's what I'm trying to say. There's something that doesn't add up. If the 2 is that bad, how come it has the highest weight? Those thoughts on 8. Thoughts on 8 is this, that this one is 59.5 with 5.5 kilograms reduction, making it a 54, which is one of the lowest. Other than, these are already low, so they're 52. And the 8 that you're talking about is still in a better position through the drop, because it is a lower drop, and that is good. It's a good horse. It's a good horse. I like that. This is 5. See, the drop is either going to work as an advantage or the drop is genuine. Okay, so how the drop will work, probably, I mean, this is what my take is. So if it is coming from a 59.5, that means it is capable of getting into 59.5, and it came in first with that weight. Okay, now in this one, what has happened, it has given a reduction which made it 54. So what does that translate into? That it is capable of winning a 59.5, but now it is in a lower class with 54.5. So definitely that becomes an advantage. That's one way of looking at it. And that's exactly what this one, the 8, is all about. So if that won with 59.5 and now it has a reduction of 5.5 kilo, so that becomes an advantage. With whom? Who are coming with that weight, like this one is coming from 54 with a drop. So that becomes trouble. Why? Because they are coming from 54 and now they're dealing with this guy who's a wolf in a sheep skin. And that's where that skin is, that sheep skin is this, that it has got a reduction here. So, but that's a wolf. So that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is this, that over a 1100 meter, this will be a trouble. And why this will be a trouble? Because it will not get the momentum. And where will be the momentum? The momentum is going to be here. But that is a 7-year-old gilding coming from gate number 16, which is not doing well. It has not been winning. So that's that. Then it is here 57 with a lower reduction coming from 60. But that did not get placed. So that's the point. So either it works as an advantage and super advantage. It is like a wolf in a sheep's skin. It'll go through. And then everything is based on this one is there, and here the 5, which is, this is a drop on 57.5. So that's a 50. That's a drop, and this is a gain on 56.5. So this one is going to beat this one. That is what should happen. And the 6 is coming from gate number 12. I mean, this 6-year-old gilding is coming from gate number 12. So that's a little dicey. This one is not doing well. This one is not doing well. But then the question is how the 5 is going to get an advantage over this one. Can the 5 get an advantage over the 4-year-old horse to win with a 50 with a weight? Probably not. This one will probably beat it through competition, because this is again another small sheep, I mean small wolf. That's the skin. And this one is like trying to be John Rambo.
Home corner infancy as well. They've got 600 metres to go. Wanneroo got to the front now from Dragonstone, Imperial Force, Harry's Bar, then Romeo's Choice. Brutal right behind as they straighten up, then came Accredited. General Salutes in the middle of the ruck, and we need some luck. Infancy the inside. Wanneroo comes up the rise, tested now by Dragonstone. Imperial Force have got the rails run. Then Harry's Bar, Romeo's Choice, Uncredited running on. General Salute's going to need some luck to get out of a pocket. Wanneroo showing plenty of fight. General Salute's out now charging. Wanneroo in front, 50 out, and Wanneroo, good gritty performance, beating General Salute. Brutal third up, fancy in front of Harry's Bar. Then Dragonstone from Imperial Force, Romeo's Choice. Infancy, Accredited, the Black Cloud, and Gidiac.
That's a double for Karen McAvoy. Wanneroo pays $5 range across the totes. General Salute overcomes traffic to hit the line hard and run second. Brudenell probably
16, 3, 5 and 2.
So it may well be 16, 3 and 5. Back-to-back win.
16, 3, 5. So 16 with that. 57 beating 5 on the third position. Okay, so that beat that. This one from gate number 12 did not do anything. Was not possible actually. So now if you look at what happened, all right, why I was talking about the 5 will get a third position is because the 3 was a 57.5 with a reduction of 1, which will beat a 56.5 with a gain of 1. Okay. So this one was the wolf in sheepskin. The 8 you were talking about was also the same, but it did not have the form line. This one actually bad. And then the 3. So 16, 3, and 5. And 2. Where is the 2? 2 is here. That 2. I was talking about that 2. Why will the 2 will not win? You see, the 2 is in such a state. Even, I mean, gate number 16. This is the highest weight, right? That's the lowest drop on this. So there's a piece of the puzzle that we are missing. It's very evident that we are missing something very strong, and I'm not sure what it is. We are missing something very strong. So basically, what I think is, let me just check. I mean, we had that. Yes, that's the one. Right. Right. Let me check how the gate is making a difference. Load largest 7. That's 6. Okay. It's the load from gate number. That is the load will not work. This is 6. 2 minus 5. But the load has to be matched with the quant. So we have removed the quant. We'll get it. We'll get it. It is not something that is that cannot be solved. It can be solved. It's just that it's very confusing. They're hiding a lot of stuff. The problem is, there's no straight cut explanation on how I do mathematics. So I have very limited understanding of horse racing. PC is the one who's got a lot of understanding of horse racing. I do mathematics, so I try to match it with the numbers. But when the numbers do not add up, then I talk that it is not adding up. Problem is this, that, it's not simple. It's they're playing with the weights and they're confusing you. What they're doing is they're playing with the weight which is being assigned. They're not giving us a clarity on how the weight is being assigned. But the weight is assigned, and at some distance that weight is going to play an advantage. At some distance that will play a disadvantage. So we'll see. Anyway, 9. Huge scratching. 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. 8, 11, 14. 8, 11, 14. 17, 18, 19. 17, 18, 19. Okay. Now 2 is gate number 21. See how they change the gate numbers. 21. 5 is 2. 6 is 5. 7 is 13. 8 9 is 14. 10 is 3. 12 is 1. 13 is 10. 15 is 11. 16 is 19. 16 is 19. 20 is 16. 21 is 7. Hmm. 5, 6, 21, and 2. So now at 21, it was 21 in a second. 5 is 1 5 is 54, 3 steps on a 54, on a 58, this is 3 steps. So to beat the 5, if that's 3 step, this is exactly the same thing this is exactly the same calculation, okay? So this was a wolf in the sheepskin, that wins. Then it is here on the drop, and then it is here on the gain. That's 57, which should beat the 56.5. That's how that was. Okay, the rest everything, they were from wide gates, and they did not just match the theory. Now if you look here, okay, so that 5 is a 54, which is 3 step up. Here the 10 is a 58, a 3 step down. So this one, the 10, if you look at, came in third the other time, so that's 3 step down. So the 5 is here. Okay, that's the tussle between these two, between 5 and 6 if we look at. So that's a 55. Now let's take a look at first these two horses. Okay, 21 and 12. Now 21 is from gate number 7, which is 4 step down. 58, 21 came in second with that weight, and now it is a drop, so that became 54, but that's a wolf. And this one, the 5, came in third last time, and now it is chasing for some reason, which is a bad idea, because to talk to the 5, the 10 is there, and that is the lowest drop out of all the 58s. And then this 56 is chasing. This one, 51, is chasing. This one is a 5, which is chasing, so that's 55. And that's a 55 and 55. And here is a 3, that is gate number 21, bad idea. 54, 155, 53. So this one is going to talk to this one, and this one is going to talk to this one. So this is again chasing from a lower side, so that's low, 55. Ten. Six. Why? Because this is a 55, that's a 54 and 3, so this is lower, and this talks to this. They are already low, so that's that. So 6. Ten, 6, then probably on 5, on 54, that is 5, but on a 54 there's a drop here on this one. And that probably is not doing well. This is also not doing well. But And this is a 54.5. So 54.5, 11. That probably will not happen. And then there is this 54.5 from gate number 16, which is a 3. So there are a lot of horses that are going to talk to 5. It is not just 10. It is not just 10. Even this one is there. But it is like coming from gate number 16, which is probably going to be a hindrance. But still, things are quite there. With a low pressure will knock out. So the 5 is the favorite, which is a 3-step up on 54. On a 54, we have a 1-step down here, which is from gate number 10, which is going to talk. But which is the direct nose to nose is this 5 and 10. Okay, 5 and 10. That is a 3-step up on a 54, and this is a 58 and 3-step down. Here we had the same thing. So 16, then it is here, and then it is here. So 3 was talking to 5. I was on 5 on the 3rd horse pool. So that 3 and 5, and the 16 was it acted as an advantage. So that is the wolf in the sheepskin. Here it is not the wolf in the sheepskin. It is chasing. It's a 54, and it is chasing without a body language. And here is the wolf. These are the wolves, but the other wolf is an old wolf, grandpa wolf. This one is 21. 21 came in second. So that's probably okay. And 10 came in third. 10 came in third. So 7 is 21 is still acting. 99, 85. 10 is 3 and 6. Now, what will happen? Will that get affected? For a 50, this is lower. And the third and the fourth. So definitely this will be the one. Then this, here. 21, 10, 6. 21, 10, 6 is on the third. Okay. Third, there is no 0.5 down. So this is on a 55, which is good. 0.5, there's no 0.5 down. All are 0.5 up. And they're from wider gates. So that's that part of the story. So that is 0.5. That will get through to this third, but this one will have the advantage over this one. So 3. $21. 5. That other 21. 10. 6. 5. 21, 10, 6 on the third. Okay, whether those are very wide, then 5, 2 here, 3. But this 3 is very much talking to this 3. Let's see how that works. Yeah, let's do Hong Kong someday, Jimmy. Next we'll check if the Saturday racing is not impressive, then we'll schedule it for Sunday, Hong Kong. Shutting. No, see, basically, Jimmy, this is what I think. If you want to understand how things are working, Australia is the best. Hong Kong has too many variations. They have got 4 tracks in one track. They've got 4 circuits there, more than 4, I think, right now. But I know of 4. So that's that. So there you have to also adjust the track. Here, Randwick means Randwick. We have an upper hand there, but I think what we are missing is the point that there is a missing layer somewhere. There's a missing layer. Which we are missing out on, but there is a missing layer. There is a missing layer. I don't know where that missing layer is. It'll come out. Like everything has come out, it'll come out. One of the track is going to give it up, but As of now, it is missing. Yes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the case, Jimmy. There is a missing layer somewhere. There is a missing layer. That's all that I can say at this point of time. There is a missing layer somewhere. It is clashing somewhere, which I still haven't figured out. But I mean, to be honest, the thing is, what they are doing is they're optimizing. Okay, the house is optimizing the horses. Now, in that optimization, someone is getting an advantage. Someone is getting a disadvantage. That is what is happening. Someone is getting an advantage and disadvantage. Those things are happening. The age is a factor. The gait is a factor. The distance is a factor. The load from the gate is a factor. The quant is a factor. Everything is a factor, but we'll have to figure it out. They do something, as in, like, they make it complex. That's all that they do, Jimmy. They make it complex. They will not make it easy for you and I to win. That's for sure. They will make it complex. They will put unlimited number of horses. They will do optimization here, there, everywhere. But the key factor is there is something that works and there is something that doesn't work, which they know and we do not know. Okay, that's the point. There is a method that they will apply which will work on certain horses, and some horses that will not work. So that is what the point is. Like in here, you see that 6-year-old gelding is chasing the highest, okay, but it is losing body weight, it is losing form line. That is chasing highest. 3.5 it is chasing from gate number 13. That means it was at 57 with that increase. I'm sorry, it was 53.5. With that chase, it becomes 57 minus the jock, 56.5. Okay, so that's chasing 3.5. Why is it chasing 3.5 when it is very well aware that it cannot win? Why is it chasing 3.5? Are they mad? No, they are not mad. There's something that is that is creating some kind of a tussle somewhere.
Well, this campaign.
Narbold late with the bookies, $4.80, just down to $5, back to $4.80. Doesn't find winning easy, 3 through 21, but got a really good record at 1,600.
He does, yeah, and he turns up every time. He's limited enough ability-wise, but he's already won 400,000 in prize money, and 2 of his 3 wins have been at either 1,550 or 1,600. You spoke about that distance, and it's about his sweet spot.
Just a little nibble while we're down near the bottom of the race book for Glad You Think So. Reece Jones and John Sargent just 11 into 10 late with the bookies. Came back in trip last time out. Was good winning at the 1,800 on the Kenzo circuit last time out. Back to 1,600 last time out and obviously stays there today.
Yeah, he would probably preferred a little bit more sting out of the track potentially, but he's a tough horse and loves Randwick, and if they go hard, he'll be still there fighting away at the end with 52.
Handful out of line for the 9th. Here's Darren.
And GM's resuming, goes forward, and the Patriot Bloodstock Silks at GM going or about to. We're glad you think so. Collect your cash, and Know Thyself will be the very last horse to move into the third leg of the quaddie. So Wanneroo taking out the Bob Charlie Stakes, race 8, and the first leg of the quaddie, Cool Jokey, Aronimus and Joe Pride. Now, Know Thyself moving in, last to go forward. And we're just about ready. Stand by. Race 9, they're off and racing now, and Glad You Think So handled the start well. Williamsburg pounced there and formed a display right in the thick of the action. Together with Kintyre is pushing through the middle. Right behind them is Narbold. Know Thyself out wide from Collect Your Cash. Skylab is pushing through on the rails. God's Window settles back in the second half of the field in the pale blue on the inside of Time Quest. Then Yeti moves and a head back last of all is GM. So Williamsburg shows the way. Glad You Think So strides into a clear second and formal display. Getting a far more economical run today. And the well-supported favourite is third on the inside of Kintyre. Know Thyself on a 3-wide path from Skylab and Narbold in between them. Collect Your Cash gets onto the back of the horse in front for a 3-wide trail. On the outside of Time Quest, God's Window, Yet He Moves. GM's last of all, 700 metres to run. Williamsburg 2 in front. Formal Display's travelling that well. It has to come off its heels and quickly moved up on the outside. Glad You Think So has come off the bridle. Skylab improves on the fence. Kintyre, Know Thyself deep out. Narbold's in the middle of the ruck as they turn, and God's Window's in agreement, right for luck, right up the fence, into the straight. Williamsburg being tackled now by Formal Display. God's Window's creeping right into it. She's looking for a rails run as Formal Display takes the lead now. Beat off Williamsburg, God's Window. Narbold is into the clear, but Formal Display is a length and a half clear. 2 God's Window into a clear second. It's Formal Display pushed out. Horse is absolutely flying. Braithnock put some extra gravy on the win, and it scores by 3/4 to God's Window. Narbold third. So our favourites trifecta. GM's rattled home. Then Skylab from Time Quest. Williamsburg getting tired at the end from Know Thyself, who covered plenty of ground. Then came Yet He Moves from Kintyre. Collect Your Cash. And Glad You Think So.
5, 6.
Formal Display
1.
is ticking along beautifully this campaign and pays 280 and 140 as it beats God's Window and Narbold there, Dover.
Yeah, having a great preparation, Marto, and Braithnock gets a city winner. God's Window, he's going great as well. He's now up in trip next time, I would imagine. Narbold solid, and yep, there was a run there. GMs, keep an eye on it. The Patriot Bloodstock boys have got a nice little horse there, and wouldn't be surprised to see pick up a city race at some point.
It's 5, 6, 21, and maybe the 12 in for 4th Skylab looking at that super slow-mo. There's one race to come from Randwick today. 6th event from Belmont. See Zoo Run as the favourite as it returns from a break of a 400
That happened. The 5 won. One, 2, 6, 8. 1, 2, 6, 8. 13, 18, 19. 13, 18, 19. 20, 21, 22. All scratched. Now get 3, 4, 4, 16. 5, 2, 7, 5. That's it. 16, 4, 7, and 15. So what is happening here is this, that the 16, which is favorite, is the, that's a very strong form line. It's a 58 with a drop, it becomes 54.5. With the jock, it's 56. Now, ideally the 4 should win. Okay, that is that, but it is losing body weight. It is not doing anything. I mean, coming from a very wide gate, that those things are happening. Ideally, the 4 should win. That's the lower drop. But here it is the form line. That's the drop. Makes it the wolf. And here on the 58s, that 11 is the 1. That's the drop. Okay. That's chasing. 5 is chasing. That's the drop. This one is chasing 2.5. And this is from gate number 19, which is very weird. That 11 is probably in the 3rd position. So how things should play. This is not doing well, but that's 61 lower. But what happens to 14? That's a 6-year-old gilding. That's what happens on a 1400 meter. So 14, 11, 7 is a 60 with a 2.5. Ideally, it should be this, but that will not happen. So that's that. This is here, but there is a jock weight on this, so that will deduct. And here the jock reduces, here the jock increases, here the jock reduces. Here there is no jock, but that's a 2.5. And here is the 8. So that's a no drop, but that's a gate number 19. 11 stays on the third. 11 stays on the third. 16 will win. This is questionable whether it will get there or not. But let's say if it doesn't get there, then this will get there. If that gets there, that's a 60. And 58, this is in the third. So this is third anyway. So if 16 wins, 16 wins. If 14 loses from gate number 16, I mean, if the 4 loses from gate number 16, that loses because it doesn't, it is going through a problem. 7 is also going through a problem. And then it goes to this one, which is a 6-year-old building. If that happens, that happens. But on a 58, this is the one, correct? Let's see how that works. Dow's Eagle Farm, let me check. Crown. They're showing some other track, not Eagle Farm. I got through. Got Flemington. They were showing Flemington. 13 just won. Flemington.
.com.au market mover. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Last 15 minutes went up, obviously heaps shorter unreal expectation. $3.90 just out to $4. 5 to 5.50 from.
This is not Eagle Farm. It's somewhere else. It's probably Newcastle or somewhere else. And the funniest part is this, Jimmy. I had an opportunity last year. So I was in my hometown, and my family is a member of that club. It's a my entire family has been a member of that club. So it's called Royal Calcutta Race Course. So I had an opportunity to talk to one of the gentlemen who's what do you call that, secretary, not the secretary, I don't remember his position, but he is one of the guys who is actually in charge of the selections, and before the declaration, he's the guy. The declaration goes through him. So I had an opportunity to talk to him. I spoke to him for about 15-20 minutes. I asked him point blank, how are you assigning the weights? He says rating. According to him, yes, secretary, correct, a racing secretary. He says it is about rating. We assign the weights according to the rating of that horse. And how the rating happens, that's where the game is. Okay, the rating is so confusing and so biased. No, it's like if you are rating the horses, Jimmy, you are rating them A, but if Dow's is rating them, then Dow's is rating them B. Now, who is right? Are you right or Dow's is right? And then when it goes wrong, they revise the rating. So bottom line, they don't have a system in place. They don't have and in India, there is no governing body which actually has the data or provides the information about which one is rated what. There's no such governing body. But it is so confusing in India. I am in conversation with multiple trainers in Australia. When I ask them, what do you Adam says I am rating 2. Yeah. So everybody's rating is different, and that's where the game is. And when I'm talking to the trainers in Australia, the simple answer that they say is we have an idea what weight is going to be assigned, but even they are not clear about when they are doing an application what weight is going to be assigned to that horse. Even they are not clear about it. And when the weight is being assigned on the horse, then they are in hope that, you know, maybe it will work. Illuminati group, bro, this is like, I mean, nobody has a straight answer, Jimmy Arman. Nobody has a straight answer. Nobody has a clue of what is the basis. Nobody has a goddamn clue that, okay, this is rating, this is how the rating is going to work. On the basis of the rating, this is how the weight is going to be assigned. Like, you buy potato, okay, you go buy 1 kilogram of potato, so you have 1 kilogram of weight assigned to that 1 kilogram of potato to weigh it right, correct? That 1 kg of potato that you're buying has to be justified with 1 kilogram of bullion, which is going to be on the other side of the weighing scale. Then you know it is 1 kilogram. But in here, nobody has a straight answer. Not only in Australia, don't blame Australia, Jimmy, it is all around the world. Nobody wants to give you a clear-cut answer. And they've been hiding it for last maybe about 10 decades now. They've been hiding this. They don't want to talk. 90% of the time when you're talking to someone, he doesn't have a clue. And if he has a clue, he will not open his mouth. Or they're just following orders. You know, they have a set standard operating procedure. They're just operating on that. They don't know what they're doing. It's like a Gen Z that you have hired who's taking attendance. American racing is a lot different. You're racing on sand. You're racing with 5 horses, 6 horses at the max. Here it is like entire Australia is racing, plus parts of New Zealand is there. 20 horse racing in one race. Now think about this 5, okay? The 5 won. Why? And that 8-year-old gelding with that drop actually got through. Why? The 21 got into 3rd. Now the drop did not talk, okay? On a 1600 meter open race, the drop did not talk. Why the drop did not talk? Is it this gentleman who messed it up? The jock? You can't, it is like that the 21 had the advantage, okay? Should have won. But now you look at that guy. And that guy. There was no 0.5. This was a 53 from grid number 14. Did not will not work. Now what happened to the 10? Why the 10 could not beat the 5? What is wrong with it? We have data on owners. How do you think we are getting their bleeding? We have the data. We are getting their bleeding, right? How much are they bleeding? Like this one. Look at him. 71% bleeding. But that's the scene, Jimmy. Will one day, bro, one day we will. We are calculating all that, Jimmy. There is nothing you talk about. We are. I mean, I can't explain what are we calculating. Everything. And now I'm like reducing the number of columns, but I think the quant was giving us nice stuff. We removed the quant, but the quant and the load was giving us the right thing. We'll have to get it. We'll get it.
I've gone with him. I think that Glorious Moments might be the better horse going forward. It's just 11 to 1400, J-Mac off, wide gate. But I believe if they can get him in the first 4 or 5 here, I think that's their plan, then if he can get a bit of cover, I do really think he's a very good horse. He's won his past 3. He was wide first up and still won. And I think he's going on to better things. 14, High Blue Sea. I thought he did enough there fresh. He'll be charging home here. And 11, Crossbows. Probably the map horse. Not as good as the first few, but trying to do next best. But look, I think these top 2, 16 and 4, are both pretty promising horses. It's just what sort of run they get on a day where you don't want to be going wide. You want to be coming through the pack, making your run.
By the way, there's the result of Morfordville in Garney. They found a margin 4 for Brook King. 4, 12 and 13 were the numbers there, and 10 wound up 4th. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies here on the last of 10 Randwick. Last 15 minutes, Nitro just a bit soft everywhere. 280 out to 340. Glorious Moments, 390 out to 4. Very good support for Mr. Chaplin, number 7, making its Australian debut off 4 trials. And Davo won the most recent, 750 out to 8. Back into $6 for Tom Carlton, Ashborough Willow.
always hard to line up these internationals. Did win a recent synthetic trial. I thought it was short enough here, though, all the same. I must admit, it's won a rating 100 over there and at Newmarket. But yeah, I thought it was well found here.
It's been very well found everywhere you look, Mr. Chaplin. Invader Zim is 8 into $6.50 back to $7. He covered ground and still won last time out here at this track and trip, landing plenty of bets there, and there's a nibble for him today as well.
Yeah, just the firming track and a deeper race here. They were the concerns. He's clearly going well, though. Winner at the track and distance last time's always a positive, but whether he can match Nitro and Glorious Moments, I'm not sure.
And a little nibble at longer odds, Unique Ambition number 10 for Sam Clipperton, Interjection number 9 for Dylan Gibbons. Let's get to Darren and wrap it up.
Nitro is out to $3.60 now. Glorious Moments is levelled out at $4. So they're all in. And we're waiting for the all clear from behind. Last at 10 here at Randwick. Canterbury on Monday, the King's birthday program. And Kensington here on Wednesday. Ready now. Racing in the last of the day. And jumping quite well is High Blue Sea looking for the lead. Glorious Moments, Green Shadows, and Mr. Chaplin is right there. The favourite Nitro's about midfield in the early part as we sort out the early action. Winston Hills, Mr. Chaplin from High Blue Sea. Invaders in pretty handy, followed by Zuna. And Glorious Moments cast pretty wide into the first 10. Zuna back on the inside from Green Shadows. Nitro's covering a bit of ground, 3 wide now, followed by Crossbow. Then came Unique Ambition from Interjection and Phase Angels last of all. Winston Hills makes the running in the last from High Blue Sea. Invaders Zim's out wide. Mr. Chaplin gets a good run. They're followed then by Zuna. Glorious Moments coursing wide. The favourite behind it, Nitro in a wide position. 3 out on the outside of Green Shadows. Then Crossbow, Unique Ambition, Interjection and Phase Angels coming into the straight now. Winston Hills a narrow leader from High Blue Sea. Invaders Zim strides up on the outside. Mr. Chaplin awkwardly placed needing room. Crossbow's looking for a rails run. Now Nitro 3 off the leaders coming down the outside. 3 across the track. Invaders Zim, High Blue Sea. Winston Hills, Nitro hasn't got there yet. Crossbow behind with Mr. Chaplin. Invaders Zim, High Blue Sea. Mr. Chaplin ambushes them. Mr. Chaplin got up on the wire to beat Invaders Zim and High Blue Sea. Got no idea about fourth. Nitro couldn't really close it off. Unique Ambition did. Glorious Moments. Back towards the inside. Crossbow, Winston Hills, Interjection, Zuna, Phase Angels and Green Shadows.
Import wins on Australian debut and lands some bets in the process and gives Nashua Willa a double.
15,
Mr.
14.
Chaplin pays $5.40 and $2.10. 15 will run second ahead of 14 Invaders Zim and High Blue Sea. But Mr. Chaplin, 4th career win at start 13 for the import.
Yeah, very fresh.
7, 15, 14. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. The 7 actually won. Everything else just fell flat. So 17, 7 won. That was EW anyway. That is something that happened. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday, so if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles. And Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend.